Evening all. Here we are at last. I just had to absolutely cram down some food. It's just been one of those days today. Everything I've done has been just running out of time. But I have Fanta. I've got a desk fan, so I'm not hot this time. I think we're good to go. Nice to see the usual crowd. I trust we are all doing well. So, without further ado, what have I been doing? Well, so if you recall, we have one pretty gnarly bug at the moment, which is the amount of data we're trying to replicate for the sensors is just too much for a single struct. So I've been passing as much of that over to the client side as possible to force client-side generation in every instance that we can get away with, so that we're not transferring that data over the network, which I have now done, but that has led to a few other knock-on effects. So what I'm trying to fix at the moment is the fact that the data for the exploration that's been done already should be broadcast out whenever that particular struct is updated. Now right now, when you load it from disk, it defaults to 4 entries. And even that, for some reason, isn't replicating. And it seems to be related to the fact that we are generating a global event, and the actor that we're constructing for that event is not valid when referenced from inside a rep notify function, which is annoying to say the least. So what we do is so on begin play we are constructing what is essentially the payload for a global event. So this is a specific actor type for the global event. We construct the object, we save it as a variable, so we've got a pointer to it, and then we're just checking whether it's valid, and it is very much valid on both the clients and the server, so that's not actually needed because I have verified that. And then what we do is where is it? Yeah, so when we load the save data, and obviously this is only happening on the server, so we load our save data, we grab the explored locations from that save data, and then we pass that into a rep notify variable. And what that does is that simply takes that data and sends it out globally as a global event. So that's what we constructed on begin play. Now for some reason on the client it's coming up as not valid. So even though it was valid when we constructed it, it's not valid from within this rep notify, which seems to be the crux of the issue. I'm assuming that is something to do with the fact that rep notify variables are treated differently, and it's probably doing some server shenanigans here that a client-side reference doesn't like. That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, the whole point of a rep notify is it should be firing on the client and the server anyway, but for some reason that's just not being recognized. So I think what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to store this replicated data on game state and then reference that in all the locations where this is actually needed. That's probably the easier way of doing it. It's just a checklist. So what this struct is, like if I get that, break it open. So it's an array of this data. So we've got the galactic coordinates of the location, so we know what star system we're dealing with. We've got a quick integer there just to count how many explorable bodies there are. This is how we generate our percentage explored, because obviously we need to know how many we started with. And then this is an array for each object, which is literally the ID of the object, which is in fact its seed, and its knowledge level, so how much we've explored it. I mean, that's it. That is the sum total of the data that we're storing. So it's practically nothing. So like for your average typical star system is going to be probably about 15 to 18 versions of that, but it's nothing. It's barely any data. So this isn't a size problem. This is a something not being valid problem. And it's because it's replicated, I'm sure. What we could do, in fact, is rather than using the rep notify to reference this, is to create an RPC instead. In fact, not even an RPC, just an event might do it. So if we add a custom event here, and we just call that broadcast exploration data, then we can get our same replicated variable, so that's basically this. And then rather than doing all of this shenanigans in here, we just tell it to fire that event like so. Simple as that. Don't even need that. Yeah, that should do it. So we're taking the reference to the payload outside of the rep notify. Hopefully that'll do it. Curses. So no, it's doing the same thing. So we're definitely loading the data from disk. Yeah, and it's definitely coming up with an invalid reference there. But why is it becoming invalid? That's the question. What if we make this an RPC? Yeah, it doesn't really matter what's there. It's the fact that the object itself is not valid. That's the issue here. So even though we are creating the object right there, by the time we get down to here, that object is no longer valid. I wonder if it was one of them random corruption issues. Just delete it and try again. I did have a random corruption this morning, so for some reason the character customization struct just randomly lost all of its references. So when I looked in the reference viewer here for this, it had like 4 entries rather than all that stuff. So I don't know why on earth all these things lost their reference chain. But they did for some random reason, so I had to recreate them all. So that was mildly irritating. Well, would you believe it? that actually fixed it. Yeah, and there we have our exploration data. So yeah, it was that. So deleting this and recreating it was all that was needed. So I spent like hours debugging this, and all I had to do was just delete that. Sigh. Does that mean then, if I pop that back in here, because ultimately this is where we need it to happen. Because the whole point of a rep notify is that when a client joins, this fires for that client to ensure they have the latest version of everything. Yeah, that's all it was. And there's our exploration data. So right now I'm the client, and as you can see, I'm now able to click through all the star systems without any lag, which is nice because that was our problem, and it's irrelevant as to how many there are in the list. It's still just as instant. So that's, you know, that's a major bug fixed, which is, you know, pretty much our major hold up. So I just had to make sure that everything else was working. So let's actually visit this system. I can see one problem straight away, and that is that the Holo-Display didn't update. Okay, so it's fine there. Oh yeah, and that's the other issue I've got. So I can't do anything on the helm in engine if I'm the client. On a packaged game, this works fine as the client, but not in engine for some reason. So if I'm playing in the editor, that doesn't work, which means I can't test that unless I have two clients. Yeah, it's just the things not working quite right when you're playing as a client in the editor. I can't actually sit in that chair as the host, but I know that that's fine in a packaged game. Right, let's go to that one. I bet they're different, aren't they? Let's just kill this a minute. Just want to force it to not load our real stars data. Great, so that works on the client. The server can see that that's been targeted. I fixed the sun flare flickering as well. hopefully you'll see once it's in view. But yeah, the sun flare was flickering in a really annoying way, but that is now fixed. Slightly closer one so we're not having to fly across half the galaxy. Right, so on the server we're seeing stars, but we're not seeing that system. Assuming we're not for the client either. Okay, so that's working medium range, and also for the client, so that's good. Yes, Delta, I don't see why not. That should be fixed now, 01. So I had to make a few changes to the sun flare because it wasn't occluding properly. Hang on, let me maximize that so you can see what's going on. Yeah, so the problem we were having is that this flare around the sun was not being occluded behind planets and things, so it should now be occluded by anything physical in the game world. The occlusion distance on it is something like I think 15 million kilometers, so it should be good. Just try it behind the planet a minute. So what we're looking for here is that the light cast from the star and the sun flare itself should both disappear as we go around the planet. Yeah, there we go. Working. Because one of the issues we had is that the shadow cast wasn't casting very far from the planet, so you had to be quite close to it to actually get a shadow. But now the distance should be considerably further. So if I start, yeah, about there, so we can see, hang on, probably further than that actually. Let's try and keep the sun occluded. I've lost the planet now. Oh, there it is. You see it? So we should be eclipsed by the planet as we pass in front of the star. Have I got the angle right? Oh no, there it is. Okay, yeah, so it's still... You still have to be reasonably close to it to get the shadow. Ugh. Yeah, I'll continue to tweak that. So the way that it works is it's doing basically a depth channel check on the planet versus where the star is. And if the planet is in front of it in the depth check, it doesn't render the sun flare, but it kind of falls on its face a little bit if you get too far, because the numbers we're dealing with here are huge. Thanks, guys. Yeah, this is a dream project for me, definitely, and I know that there's a lot of people that have wanted I guess the pure exploration experience, where it's a game focused on exploring the galaxy and not just blowing stuff up. And yeah, I'm very happy to be making it. Right, anyway. Either client or server, can't remember now. Oh, client. Okay, so the client can see the medium range, they can see the short range, that still works. And I'm assuming that still works as well. Yep, it's highlighting. So again, all of this is happening client side, and we're only replicating, literally the pertinent things that need to be replicated, which for the most part is, what page are you on, what coordinates are currently selected. It is the real high level stuff, and the actual details are all stored on the client, which is cutting down the netcode usage considerably. Let's check that the server can see what was clicked on. Yep. Why is that ball highlighted? Oh, is that because the client's looking at it? Oh yeah, it is. So hang on then, so if I look at that one, can this, oh yeah, so we can see which balls other people are looking at. I guess that makes sense actually, because it is supposed to be a Holo-Display. Right, okay, so one of the things I was going to do tonight is I wanted to add more of the menu system to the Holo-Display. So again, this is more of the feature set that we had planned for 226, and I'm kind of getting in there early and getting some of that stuff built, rather than spending too much time bug fixing on stream, just so you guys can see me working on something new. So now that we've fixed that side of things, we could go ahead and do that. Oh yeah, make sure this works as well. I haven't touched this since Sunday's stream, so this is kind of as far as I got with it. potatoes. And just make sure that you can see it on there. Yeah, so we can both see the same potato, so that's good. Yeah. Speaking of Sunday stream, by the way, I figured out what exactly the problem was. Believe it or not, Starlink have changed their policy so that if you're on a business account and you have priority data, as soon as that priority data runs out, they rate limit your connection to 1 meg. Like literally 1 meg. And less than that up. It's absolutely crazy. Like, that's why the stream wouldn't stream, because it was being rate limited by SpaceX, which is madness. I mean, I don't quite understand why they do that. I mean, it used to be the case where when the priority data ran out, you just went on the shared residential data, the same as any other residential Starlink would use. But they're specifically penalizing business customers. And it baffles my brain. Like, why? What possible reason could you have for doing that? So now, the only logical thing for me to do is to no longer use their business service and get a residential connection instead. Because rather than spending what is £180 a month for 1 terabyte's worth of data usage, bearing in mind I use about 500 to 600 gig per month on average, I can spend £75 a month, less than half the price, and get unlimited data. Granted, I'm sharing that bandwidth with more residential customers, but I doubt there are very many of them in our area. And yeah, it just seems madness. Why would you pay for a business level service that gets rate limited to 1 meg? That's just, don't know. It's like a SpaceX own goal for some reason. Anyway, rant over. Yeah, copper is no good where we are though. I mean, our landline connection gets 60-70 meg if you're lucky, and about 12 to 15 upload. It's pretty appalling, which is kind of the penalty you have for living in the sticks. And I could get a lease line put in and go pure fibre, but even that's like 250 quid a month, plus the thousands you'd have to spend to have it installed. Very true, PT88. I don't know, AJ. I'd have to benchmark it to see. I mean, normally speaking with Starlink, I get about 400 meg down and usually about 150 up, thereabouts. Usually it's less though. I mean, it depends on the weather as well, which is its other peculiarity. Sorry, I missed a question there from Vegna Chaos. Yeah, so for now, the ships are pre-built. They're sort of architecturally designed and designed for a purpose. But at some point, I do want to do like a shipyards DLC. But that's going to be more like how they do it in Starfield. So it's going to be predefined chassis, and you're basically bolting on components and modules to that pre-built structure. So you'd have, say, the power plant and the engines as the pre-built structure, and then you're just bolting on like service modules depending on the mission need, and bits for flair just to add a bit of shape to it. But because of the way we're building the game, that's really the only way that makes kind of practical sense. Yeah, I got the bigger dish, Harlows, so I don't have the standard small dish. It's like that big. It's huge. All good, barbecue. All good. But yeah, graphics-wise, by the way, I'm using a tone mapper now, and I can't remember who pointed out on Discord that there was an issue with it where it was being garbage collected, That's now fixed, so that the tone mapper would turn itself off, and now isn't. So once everything's like properly built, it should be as photorealistic as we can possibly make it. Oh, the other thing, so you might appreciate this, CSI. So if I move my mouse halfway up the screen, you'll see that it turns black. And the reason it turns black is because the pitch of the mouse is 0. And the code that runs the sun flare, again, it's that sun flare again, it's causing loads of bloody problems. But the sun flare code is a post-process effect. And what happens is it goes into negative values when the mouse is basically 0 pitch. So when you get up from a chair and the mouse is at 0 pitch, it makes the screen go black, which is what's happening here. Now right now, I have actually fixed that. So the black screen when getting out of chairs should now be fixed. Because if I add a direction light, you'll see that all of a sudden, no more black screen, because it has a direction light that it's referencing. If I delete the direction light, the screen goes black again, even though there is light on the ship. So it's basically a negative value that's being, even though I've clamped it, for some reason it's still going negative, but that was the problem. So we finally know what was making the screen go black, and it should never do it again as long as there is a star nearby. Yeah, someone J.J. Abrams all over the ship. It does work, Thumper. I can't show you at the moment, I'm on my test map, but what you have to do is you have to press the button for add URL, then paste it in, and then just press enter or click off of it and it will start playing. But yeah, as Claire and Max just pointed out, it doesn't work with every video, so you can't watch live streams on it. You can watch some pre-recorded live streams after the fact, and not every video will play. I don't know why, but some videos will play and some won't. Hey, Ranzer. Right, anyway. I'm waffling. Let's do something. Yeah, exactly, Jason. That was basically what we wanted to use it for, so we could have the dev streams streamed live on the ship. But alas, that particular YouTube plugin won't do that. At some point, we'll probably make our own, and then hopefully at that point it will work. We are at the mercy of a third-party plugin at the moment. Okay, so long range. Where's our, oh, there. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, exactly, Ian. So, like, a lot of the stuff I build, I'm building it with the GM mode kind of in the back of my head, thinking, right, you know, if we're doing this as a GM, what tools is that GM going to need? And things like being able to call the ship like as an admiral and actually have yourself on screen talking to the crew with a live video link. I think like that's like maximum roleplay coolness. So we definitely want that to be working. Right now you could pre-record it and it would work, But yeah, being able to do it on a live stream would just be epic, because you could then actually have a two-way conversation with the face on the screen. And there are other things like we've got the ability now to add custom systems into the game, but they only work locally because we're no longer transmitting that data over the network. So like the game doesn't know information about the systems that are not stored locally. So that kind of breaks the concept a little bit for being able to make a completely custom galaxy, or at least, you know, a custom star system selection for your roleplay session, and have that just automatically work for all the people that are joining that session. I think for the time being, you're going to have to share the SQLite file with anyone that's joining that session, which is a bit of a ball ache. That's a level of admin we'd like to avoid at some point. But we'll keep working on it and seeing if we can get that data replicated in a more reliable way. And then it will just be a case of the GM creates the planets and the star systems they want for their game, saves it locally on their client, and then when they host a game, all the joining clients can then see those same systems. That's the ultimate plan. But we'll see how far we get with that. Yeah, I haven't looked at a Twitch plugin, to be honest. Yeah, to be honest, anything that has a streaming output, as long as it has an API, then we can hook into it. Obviously, there are some legalities involved there, so we don't want to be stepping on any toes. Like with the YouTube player, you know, YouTube do have, you know, policies surrounding their API and what you can and can't do with it. So, you know, we need to be careful that we're not like annoying anyone with allowing content to be streamed in the game. Right then, so if we get our target object, I guess what we need for this is we need a widget. So if we add can't see it in the list, that one. Okay, and then if we make new widget, and we'll call it WPP sensors target UI. Stick that on there, sensors target UI. Scale it to 0.05 because I'm using a consistent UI scale across the whole ship. So every single UI has a 0.05 scale in the world, so that everything has the same resolution. So it doesn't matter what UI you look at, everything's always going to be the same. And if we apply a corner radius like this, it's going to be the same size regardless of screen, so that when we make things 3D modeling wise, like I really need to redo this very, very soon, we can make sure that as long as we have the same radius on the model, we know that the screen will always fit with the same radius. Things like that. So given that this is going to be a hollow screen that pops up when you click on the object, we need to make sure that it's always facing the player as well. Luckily our highlighter is a ball, so we can rotate that around. Wondering if it's worth hooking into the same thing that the Holo-Display uses. Maybe I'll do it when clicked. Because as much as the names need to face every player, the UI necessarily doesn't need to. It can only face the person that's using it. Yeah, I will in fact. So target clicked. So we need... So rather than doing any of that right now, is we're going to replace the auto targeting functionality with a menu driven version instead. So when the object is clicked, we need to set the visibility of the UI. We need to set the tick rate. I guess we'll just turn it on and off. That would be easier, wouldn't it? Yeah, so we're enable tick on the UI, and then once we select our function, then we'll hide it. Although we do want to auto hide as well. So if we do a re-triggerable delay, so after say, I don't know, like 5 seconds or something, it will automatically hide it. So disable tick and hide, and the tick rate of that can be 30 FPS should be enough, I would have thought. Okay, so let's make that. Definitely, Jason. Yes, I'm all for self-hosting. Right, so we make this 500 by 500 for a moment. Where's the middle? Whack a canvas on there. Stick a background on it. Stick it in the middle. That needs to be 500 by 500. We don't want the ship name on it. What to call it? I'll just say target for now. Actually, target action, that should. Yeah, that'll do. And then we need a couple of buttons. So if we do something like this, custom primitive data, that's why it's not visible. Ah, of course, yeah, we have to use that because that's the only way we can drive opacity from the object, by looking at it. That's fine. So if we were to do something like that, okay, need that to be two-sided. Yeah. Right, let's set it back to a single client as server selected viewport. Okay. Too many UIs. Oh, that's a point actually. The yeah, it's going to have to face the player directly, regardless of height. Because if you're looking up at it, it needs to still face you. Okay, well that works. So basically, when we click the ball, it needs to spawn the little UI thingy. This is a placeholder design for now. I think we'll come up with a better looking UI for the Holo-Display, which is a little bit more in keeping with the Holo-Display rather than, you know, something that's presented on screen like this. But we have a bunch of widgets, so that's step one. So I need to make sure that we add some input events for these. Give them a better name. So when we click the ball, yeah, not only do we want to spawn it facing the player, we want to move it towards the player as well. So what we kind of want to do is we need to, if we get player camera manager, then get world location. We've got our location for the player camera, and then if we get world location for the camera, for the screen, and then we get facing, sure there was a facing, right? Get direction. Does it get actor direction or get? Perhaps you can't do this in a widget. Hang on. Oh, it's not a widget. So we definitely need our forward vector because we're going to get, we want to get the facing angle. So from this vector to the location of the camera, we want to get the rotational angle. Then we then get the forward vector for that, and then we multiply that by, say, 10, and then basically position the UI along that forward vector so it's towards the player camera. I'm sure it was like get facing or something. Yeah, it's a C++ project, but the bulk of the coding's done in Blueprints right now. Once everything is kind of more finalized on the Blueprint front, then we'll start the process of converting it to C++ where necessary, where performance is key. Hang on, I need to Google this. Is that the one I wanted? Let's try it a minute. so the question is, do we drive the facing vector from here, or do we borrow the code from here, do it in the Holo-Display? I guess it makes more sense to do it on that's the node I was looking for. Yeah, okay, so if we do this and we do set world transform, and then we can get the forward vector from that. The rotation can just go straight in there, and then we'll break that. Actually, no, we can just multiply that, can't we? Right, and that needs to be 0.05, 0.05, 0.05. Don't want any physics traces. Right, so that should spawn that facing the camera towards the camera, and then we'll hide it after 5 seconds if you've not clicked it. Okay. Right, let's just try that to begin with, just to make sure that that bit's working. So why is that disappearing? I'm assuming the UI screen's blocking it, so I'll have to sort that out. I have a suspicion it's moving that miles away somewhere. To answer your question as to whether or not we like nanites, allow me to put the camera in the floor. So yes, you could say we like nanite. Right, so if we forego the transform for a minute, just go with a delay. Let's make sure it's actually making it visible. And even better, let's just make sure that it is actually doing something. Oh, yeah, and we need to make sure that set up these, so we want it to ignore everything except, I suppose, visibility, because that's what the widget channel uses, I think, at least. Okay, so it's made it visible and it should hide it again. Okay. So you click it, the UI appears, and then after 5 seconds, if you haven't clicked anything, it goes away again. Right, so let's make that face the camera then. I think multiplying that by 10. Oh. Yeah, because I want to add 10. I don't want to multiply it by 10, do I? That's sending it miles away. That needs to go back to the middle. That needs to be zeroed out. Yes, we want to add 10. Egypt. It depends. So, yeah, Clara missed my amazing carpet demonstration. I mean, to be fair, I mean, you can achieve this with tessellation without using Nanite, but the thing with Nanite is this is free. So this like extreme carpet detail costs nothing to render because of Nanite. If you are doing a low poly project, or you're doing a project that doesn't have a lot of assets visible at any one point, then Nanite is going to cost more than just doing traditional LODs, because Nanite has a baseline cost. If you have like a tremendous amount of assets, and they're high poly assets, then Nanite is going to be a visual improvement. The other thing is if you're using virtual shadows like we are, virtual shadows are quicker on Nanite objects than not. So if you want to use virtual shadows, you should also be using Nanite, otherwise performance will suffer. So there's a lot of kind of interplay between the different like new systems that have been implemented. It's a difficult one for us because we have obviously a large ship, a lot of interior detailing, a lot of assets. So object count is high, and we're trying to cull things as much as we can to try and limit that. But things like overdraw is high. So for us, Nanite makes sense because we're going as high detail as we possibly can. So we're making use of the benefits that Nanite provides. If you're not going high poly, then traditional LODs will be quicker. But that's it really. It's a simple equation. If the baseline cost of Nanite is higher than what you've already got, don't use it. You just got to turn it on and see. But it does have a baseline cost, and that's kind of like the main drawback from it. That aside, once you've turned it on, you can forget about poly counts, which is why I love it so much. So, for someone with limited resource like we've got, being able to author assets without having to make like separate LOD versions of those assets, it speeds up the pipeline. I mean, I can make like a subdivided mesh, throw it straight in engine, and just not have to worry about it. Obviously, if you go mental, then you're going to use up disk space like it's free candy. But on the whole, you can forget about poly counts, which is nice. And nanite tessellation, I would argue, is better than traditional tessellation. Again, because it's not adding additional polys, it's just free. It's just free extreme amounts of detail. So if you think about our planetary surfaces, when we're rendering planetary terrain, literally face against the floor in VR, you'll see individual stones, pebbles, twigs, fallen leaves, all like detailed on the ground, and Nanite makes that possible. So yeah, I like Nanite for those reasons. Yeah, we don't want to do screen scaling on the widgets because the whole point of all of the player interaction within the game is that it's one-to-one within the game world. So we're trying to avoid screen space anything. Like none of the menus in the game happen outside of the game world for that very reason. I have no idea where it's moving that to, so let's just set world rotation a minute, and only worry about the rotational component just to make sure that bit's working. Yeah, if you're going high poly with a heavy object count, then Nanite's probably going to result in a higher frame rate. But again, that's the benchmark for me. Is do you have enough stuff to make Nanite worth it or not? Okay, so the rotational component's working. I don't think we want to make it follow the player in real time. Yeah, good. And unlocked mouse clicking also works. I think at some point we'll also make it so that when you click one, it automatically gets rid of the last one, so that we don't have this problem where we have like loads of them all overlaid on one another. Okay. So what if we leave the transform at 0 and just keep the scale? Just want to make sure that that scale is correct as well. Okay, no, so it is the scale that's messing it up. Which is weird actually, because that is the scale we're using here. Okay. So the scale was right, but hang on though, how come it was not near the object? I have a suspicion it's rendering it in the floor somewhere. Right. Let's just set world location. Even better. Okay, so we know the rotation's working. Yes, what we actually want to do is we want to take so we want to take that and we want to add that to that, I think. I always get confused working with vectors. Yeah, so we're taking the current location of the screen. Actually, let's get the world location of itself. Okay, so we get our lookout rotation, which is fine. We get the direction that we're facing. And then we're adding that plus 10 to the existing location. We should move it 10 centimeters towards the player. Yeah, we're adding 10 to the direction vector. There we go. Yeah, so that 10 units is 10 units towards the camera. Although we definitely have a vector issue there. Yeah, it's all happening in world space. So you've got the world location of the scene route for the ball, essentially. You've got the world location of the player camera, and then we're finding the look at rotation from the scene route to the camera. So that gives us our facing rotation, which is working fine. the forward vector is basically the vector along which we're looking from this to this. So yeah, so you kind of add the vectors together. Because this should be clamped from 0 to 1. So by multiplying it, by multiplying it by 10, that's 10 on all 3 axes. Yeah, that's more like it. So it's moving it 10 units towards the camera. So as we rotate, it's always 10 units towards the camera. Or why don't we do it the other way? So rather than having it all the way over there, have it so that we subtract from the camera instead. Because if we just for funsies, if we do this the other way round, so we're going from the camera to the object and we get that forward vector, then we're putting it, say, 20 units away from the camera. Actually, probably further than that. Let's go 50. And then we want, actually, rather than that, we want to get the camera location. Yeah. Let's try that a minute. Yeah, it needs to be relative from the camera though, like that. So it doesn't matter how far away you are, it will always appear like in front of the camera. I think 50 is probably not close enough. We could do with clamping that as well, to be honest, because if we're right up against the thing, it appears behind it. Yeah, definitely. Well, I'm going to make the screen a cylinder rather than the sphere, which will make more sense once we've got our circular emitters on the ceiling. But I will make that further away. Yeah, I think this way did actually look nicer, if I'm honest. Maybe a bit further away from the Starlink. Yeah. I'll make it two-sided as well so that you can see it from behind. Yep, true. What would be even nicer is if it had like a line actually attaching it to the highlight. That would be even nicer, and not have it immediately disappear as well. Yes, Anasi, I believe it is. We've yet to test it properly because I can only test it in the editor. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's fixed. Well, it's appearing on the wrong side, but yeah, that works. Yeah, I think you're right. I think having it off to one side definitely works better. And if we have a line sticking out to one side, that'll be even nicer. So we just need to do that on here. Because we have the technology. Here's one I prepared earlier. This is one of those helpful widgets that I made, so you can like do electrical diagrams and things, but we can just use it for this. So if we have it in the middle, we want that to be 100 that way, 200 that way, have it behind everything. I can do any, yeah. I'm not sure what effect that will have on texture size, because basically it renders to a render target. So the bigger you make the widget, obviously the bigger that render target is. But yes, that would make it easier, especially as it's messing it all up. So if we make that the middle, right, so if that's 250 wide, then that has to be, if we also align that to the middle, then that has to be 250 units over, which takes it to the end of the line there. Yeah, so this is going to create a particularly big widget. So ideally we don't want to do that. We can, however, left justify everything. That's probably the easier way of doing it. So left justify that. Which means that has to be 250, like that. So 750, 395. And then that just needs to go back up to there. Just need to set that here as well, and then that should be in the right spot. Then we just need to make sure we just move it the right distance away. This is part of 226 in our C, so we are basically, rather than watching me scratch my head fixing bugs or for a stream, I decided to go ahead and get some of the 226 stuff done ahead of the patch, so that we're a little bit ahead of ourselves when it comes to doing 226, because it makes for more engaging stream content, and it gives us a bit of a leg up, which means that the 226 patch should be like super quick to get done, because we've already done half of it during the live streams. That is the plan moving forward, is to have much more rapid patch cycles, where we're not building really big patches. We're building small, contained, really focused patches, so that we can get them out more quickly. Yeah, it's not forked, I'm just doing it on top of 225. The problem with forking it is that I'm still touching some of that stuff, so that it would we'd get merge conflicts later down the line. So I may as well just do it on top of 225. Yeah, I think so. Wondering whether we have the line join the outside of the circle though, and keep the circle there once it's been clicked. So if I put that back to 25. So if we make a boolean for keep circle, so as soon as we click it, we want to start keeping the circle, and we won't relinquish that until after our timer's gone up, which means that when we so we'll put that there. So if keep circle is false, then we will hide it, and otherwise we'll do nothing, and then we can set that at the end there. Or even better, just to keep it a little bit more consistent, just call the same function. So when we click on it, the circle should stay there now. Yeah, there we go. Not a huge fan of the slight delay, so I think we'll make a force hide here. And then we'll move that over maybe to there. It's better. I think we need to adjust the color of the circle so that it matches the default color of the UI, just so they're all matching. I might not be able to do this exactly because one's a widget and one's being rendered in the world. Test this a minute. A little bit more of a bit more in the middle there in terms of the darker space. Okay, and then we'll move that away just a teeny bit more. in there. Right, let's give that a look. Yeah, that's nicer. So someone was asking about summary information earlier, and I think yes. I think when we render the text label for these stars, we get more of them on screen. So right now they get brighter the closer you get to them, just so it doesn't kind of become overkill with lots and lots of bright words on the screen. But yes, we need to be able to interact with them and bring up information displays, and I think we'll probably do that by way of this menu. So you can click on it and we'll add additional target actions on here so that you can do things like click more information and have like a little report card or something that comes up next to it, something like that. I need to put a limit on the length of that raycast, because otherwise you can do it from infinite distance. Need to make it so it matches the actual left click normally. Yeah, I think that pretty much does the trick. It would be nice if we could focus the Holo-Display on the thing you click on. So when you click it, it kind of, I don't know, focuses on that. So like if you click on that one over there, rather than it being all the way down there on the floor, it actually moves up into the middle or something. Or maybe have that as a clickable option, like focus on target, and have the Holo-Display move to it. But these are all things for the future. Right, so let's implement that cancel button first then. So the first thing we need to do is we need to start making an event on here. Custom event. Widget button press. Ooh, and we need to implement the UNOS interface, which gives us access to these functions here, most specifically that one. So get player controller, and then we want to do a message to the player controller with our parent blueprint, which is ourself. That basically tells it where it's sending the message back to, and we need our ID. So that goes away to be replicated, it comes back as been replicated, and then we can do the do depending on what that is. So if we then switch on the string, and we just need 3 of them really. So sensors target, helm target, and cancel. Don't need a default. So cancel should be easy enough. We will just stick that in here, I think. In fact, I don't think we really need the delay in there anymore. If we bring that down there. That does the job for us. Sensors target would be that. So that's already working. And then for our helm target, I think what I'll do is, rather than set the helm target directly, maybe we'll do the sensor target on the helm. So that the helm is still having to actually accept the target when it's been sent through. Because if the ship's on autopilot and it's already going somewhere, then that would suddenly make it veer off course. So, yeah. So we're going to need a reference to the sensors, and then we are going to set helm. We need to do the same check to see whether or not we're looking at a planet or a star. Right, yeah, so if we are targeting a star from just from the list of stars, then we need to make sure we get the actual star itself, which would be hang on, because we need to set something in advance here. Right, so when we spawn this, I think we need to make sure we set our celestial object up as the star. Regardless of what mode we're on. So on the Holo-Display, when we spawn this, right, so we're setting sector location there. Ah, right. This is one of those chicken and egg data problems. So when we're generating the star system, we don't have access to a lot of the data. So if we break this struct here, that's literally all we've got. So we don't have any details about any of the planets or anything, because this is the bare minimum data that we can generate when generating the star field around the ship, which is ultimately, you know, what we start with before we start delving deeper and generating more. So at this point, we don't have that data yet. So if we look at the Aura remap version, obviously we're generating a celestial object there because we're just getting that from what is essentially the already generated data. But because we don't have that data yet on here, that's going to be nice and awkward. So I think what we'll have to do is we'll maybe have to force a click. Because we can do that. It's a little bit hacky, but so we're going to target that location on the sensors, which will then generate the data we need. But could we instead perhaps do this? No, we'd have to run it via the sensors. So in the in the finished version of what we have planned for 226, where you've got set sensors target and set helm target, we wouldn't have those separately. We'll just have a set command target, and then on the sensors and the helm there will be a use command target button, so that kind of sidesteps the whole problem we're having right now. But as we don't have that yet on the helm or the sensors, then we'll just use these separately. So I think, yeah, for now we're going to have to force the sensors update there, and then And then what? That's the question, because we need to generate that data. So yeah, because when we generate this, it broadcasts this. We basically need a way of generating the data outside of the sensors, because if we use this, it's going to update the sensors themselves. But I suppose that's not the end of the world, because it just simply makes the sensors, at least for now, focus on the helm target. Yeah. Okay, so that will trigger this. And then on here we have this. No. This. So that generates our data there. So really what I would need to do we'd need to have some of this on begin play. Okay, yeah, so we hide the sphere. Then we set up our global event listener. So we kind of need to flag. Yeah, so we grab a copy of that a minute. Needs to do a flag on there. So if that is true, then we need to break that, grab our satellite objects, get the first object in the list, which is going to be our star, and set that as our helm target. And the thing we need to check against is a new boolean, which is pending target. So if pending target is true, it's just telling it that we're waiting for that, and we'll set that to false immediately. In fact, we'll set it to false even more immediately than that. Okay, then down here we'll set that to true. Probably better off doing it there actually. Yeah, so we're waiting for a target, we generate that selection on the sensors, which in turn triggers this broadcast, which we're waiting for. We don't do anything with it unless we're actually waiting for a target, in which case we clear that flag and update the helm target accordingly, which basically goes through the process of setting that and broadcasting it out. Let's give that a try a minute. See you, Zoke, having a good one. Have a good one even. Right, so when I click it, it should stay there now, and it shouldn't go away unless I specifically cancel it, in which case it should disappear. Oh, no, of course. It's not going to yet because I haven't told it to. We still haven't filled in the buttons, so we need to do a handshake on here, on begin play. So in addition to doing that, let's do it first before we do anything else. We need to get that. We need to get widget. We need to cast to. Since no, what's this one? Celeste. I can't remember what I called it. Sensors target UI. Cast to sensors target UI. And then we need to set a reference to this, so we get a reference to self. We pop that onto there, so that is sensors target celestial. And that is an actor reference, which means we then grab a reference to that there, then we cast to sensor target celestial, and we do that for all of these, and we do widget button press on those. Okay, and then that one was sensors target for our ID. That one was helm target. And that one was cancel. Okay, that's all we need to do there. And on this side, we just need to make sure we set that. So set BP, what's it? Reference to self, so it knows where it's going. Right, let's try that. Practice, Josh, to be honest. After 7 or 8 years of doing it, you just kind of know what you're looking for. Right, so cancel button works. So we set sensors target. Yep, that comes over there. Perfect. So when we let's get more on screen. So if we select that one and set it as the helm target, It will target it from the sensors, but it should have made that available on here. Or not. Alright, it didn't. It zeroed that out. Okay, so... no, it's not grabbing it. Okay. So that's the bit we need to fix now. So we can set sensors target, that all works perfectly, and we can cancel it. So that's all good. Yeah, so again, the way we want this to work in practice is as the command staff, this is how you interact with the ship and crew, at least in terms of how you manage the bridge. So you know, you'll have a sensors guy sat here doing his job. So you'll come up to the Holo-Display and you'll say, right, set that as the command target, and then you'll speak to this guy and say, you know, show me more on this target or conduct a scan of this target. They'll then do that based on what you've selected. So you don't need to read out the coordinates to them. You've physically selected the object, so they should be able to physically see that on here, which is all well and good. But we need to make sure that there's a balance there of how much the command staff have access to on the Holo-Display, and how much work the person in the chair is having to do, because we don't want to take all the jobs away from them. So right now, you know, I can just set that target myself, leaving this person nothing to do, which we don't want. We don't want to take actions away from people. We want the bridge crew to be busy doing stuff, not just having the captain, you know, going solo doing it all themselves. Yeah, so next challenge is getting that to work. So I'm assuming what's not happening is, I imagine that's firing. So let's just make sure that that is in fact firing. Ever since I added the 3D printer, it's now coming alphabetically. It's coming up with these ones first rather than print string. So I used to be able to just go print enter and it'll come up with print screen. Now it's coming up with this one. I have created an annoyance for myself. Let's just make sure that that is actually firing that event. So it should say hello when I click the helm thing. It did not. Try and make it a bit more obvious. So interestingly, those objects do exist. The actors rather do exist because they highlight when you put the mouse over them, so they're definitely there. But when we target these star systems, we know the data is being generated because we have data here. If it were not generating that data locally, this would be empty. So we definitely have data, which means that global event is definitely being called. But for some reason, it's not being, like, this isn't running. We discussed planetary orbit buttons earlier on today, and the consensus was that if I start messing with the autopilot, there's a very high chance that we're going to introduce bugs that we'll then have to fix before we put this demo update out, which we really don't want to do. We don't want to interfere with things. Right, so yeah, I know exactly what's happening here. It redraws the Holo-Display when you select stuff, because it's refreshing all the data. So what's happening is this actor that we're setting things up in is being deleted. So this actor is being destroyed, and a new one's being created in its place. So this variable that we're setting is always going to be false because it's a fresh instance of this actor. So we need to drive this functionality. This functionality on here. So if we this is a pain. If we make a variable on here, then so this is a temporary solution. So basically we're doing the same thing, but we're doing it from here instead. So we go yada 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 yada. Then at the end of this, if set helm target is true, then we'll use this same reference here to set the helm target, which, yeah, update sensor helm target. So update sensor helm target, give it that there, which is again object 0, which is going to be the star, and then we'll immediately nullify nullify that. Okay, then all we need to do on the Holo-Display widgets is before we do this, all we need to do is set helm to true. So we're updating that flag on the sensors, and then it's going to do the generation, which means we don't need the variable on here, and we don't need to really do anything that we're not already doing. And it's minimal messing with what's already there. Because we're just setting a flag and we're driving the existing event if that flag is true. And it doesn't matter then if the actor gets destroyed. Hey 3D Addict, how you doing? So set helm target, that should, yeah, there we go. Success. Although I think naming convention wise, it's probably better if it sets sensor helm target. Okay, so now I think we just need to deal with the fact that we've got loads of them. Do I prefer using blueprints or hard code? In all honesty, I prefer using blueprints because you're basically working with a flowchart. So when you're dealing with logic in the code, it's so much easier to follow the logic when you're literally following a flowchart right in front of you. So like if you're writing traditional code, you kind of have to write a flowchart alongside it to properly document the code. Whereas with blueprints, like half that job's done for you because it's already technically a flowchart. So I think if blueprints had the same performance as C++, I'd never use C++ because it's just so quick and easy to prototype blueprints. But sadly, because blueprints run in an emulated environment, they're always going to be slower than C++. So anything that requires performance, we've got no choice. It has to be in C++. Preference or not. I'm just trying to think about where we can store the data for what one was clicked on last. Because if we want to close previous menus when we click new ones, then kind of need to sort of keep a running tally of what's open. It's not immediately obvious where we would do that because, you know, unless we did it on something like game state maybe, but I don't know, it seems like a waste of game state to be doing it on there. It might just be better to do the whole retriggerable delay thing. So if I make the delay longer maybe. Maybe set it to 10 seconds rather than 5, so there's a bit more of a delay in actually using it. Then where's our close there? So stick a cancel function on there, and that'll do the job for us. Right, so if we open loads and loads and loads and loads and loads and loads and loads. And they should all disappear. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be open any longer than 10 seconds. That seems more than enough to be able to pick what you want to do. Yeah, so I guess the main problem with this Holo-Display is stuff that's like all the way up there. I mean, you can right click and zoom to interact with stuff, but it's still like unrealistically out of the way. So being able to focus that in the middle would definitely be the better way of doing it. And then we also need to have holo controls around the front here as well. So I'll have like a circular holo control so that you can do things like zoom in and out. And that will just drive these buttons on here. Okay, so I think the next thing we need to do is fix the fact you can't see it from behind. So let's go ahead and make a better function for that. So we need, where is it? There, that. So if we grab that. Oh, is that a two-sided one? Oh yeah, it is. We'll use that instead. Copy reference. Whack that in there. That totally didn't work. Oh, okay, this one renders black from behind. That's not necessarily what we want. Let's get more targets on screen a minute. I mean, it's better than not at all, but it would be nice if we actually could see like the reverse of the display. Alright, yeah, I'll make my own. Right, so let's make sure I copy that over to where is it? Bridge systems. Oh no, Holo-Display, isn't it? Holo-Display. So if I copy that there. Oh, balls. I thought I'd copied across that one. It's the one I wanted. Right, so we don't want a back color, which means you don't need a lerp. We just want that into there. Let's be honest, we don't really need that either. Or that, to be honest. Yeah, so we just need it to be translucent, unlit, two-sided, fully rough. That should do us. Let's actually use it. That would help, wouldn't it? So holo two-sided. Do I like that you can use it from the back in reverse? I mean, it's not necessarily the end of the world, is it? Although it does need to be brighter. Yeah, this whole console is due for a whole refresh because there's a lot more stuff that needs to go onto it. And yes, the captain and command bar. There is no specific captain's chair. They're basically just both command chairs, and you can pick whichever one you want. So they'll both be the same. But yes, the chairs need desperately redoing. I mean, they're just really old and blocky and horrible, so we need some nice comfy rounded ones. That's interesting. The fogging from the Holo-Display background is affecting the UI, and I think I would prefer that it didn't. There was a way of doing that. Yes. Yeah, basically it's the transparency render order that's the problem here. So it's always going to be brighter outside of the fog zone, but it's alright, we'll live with that for now. Yeah, that's basically what it is. So transparency order is a thing in Unreal, and you can manually set the transparency order, but I'm not sure you can do it for widgets. You certainly can for the holosphere things. So for these guys, you can set the sort priority like 100 or something. Can you do? Oh, you can do it on these as well. Let's see whether that fixes it. Haha. Better. But now I need to turn that down because that's just mental otherwise. Fortunately, we can do that whilst it's still running. Much nicer. Yeah, that's good because that gives you a proper highlight now as well, which has more of a screen space feel to it because it's not affected by the fogging, and it matches the color of the line, which is an added blessing. See, on that note, we should probably do the same with these little traces as well, while we're at it. That was my cat sneezing, in case anyone wondered. Always 3D addict, always. What am I doing? Line traces, that was it. So the nav spline mesh and the sensor spline mesh. Hang on, I've got to type round the cat. There we go, we've got nice glowy lines now. Hey Erix, you missed us creating a menu. So while we're at it then, let's set all of these to 100. Well, I'm going to put a build out tonight because I think other than what wasn't working, there was one thing that wasn't working. Oh, see ya, Billy, 3D Addict. Have a good one. Yeah, if I fix that one thing that wasn't working, then there's no reason why this can't go out as a build. Oh, I much prefer those being bright like that. That's much nicer. So yeah, the other thing actually that could do with being brighter is the actual stars themselves. So when we add that, so that one, if we make them nice and bright as well, let's just see how that looks a minute. Have a good one. Yeah, that's not bad actually. It just makes them stand out a little bit more. Good stuff. Okay, so you can enter manual chords on the helm, but the only way you can send chords to the helm is to use the center helm button. Yeah, I agree, Kaji. I added the dark sphere around it because you know, when you're on the bridge and everything's lit up, it kind of it hides a lot of the detail. So having that dark sphere there kind of brings the detail forwards. But yeah, things like the little dotted lines were getting lost behind the transparency. So by giving them a really stupidly high transparency layer, it means they'll always be on top, which is nice. Okay, so was it that? Oh no, that is working. So it's working for helm. No, not helm. Sorry, server. Obviously, that's working as well. Okay. Oh, there was one thing I had to fix actually. Saturn in particular had lost its ring. Let me just head on over there a minute and we'll double check. Was I already at FTL? Just whiz over to Saturn a minute. I love watching the ship fly across the display. Yeah, definite absence of ring there. Could have sworn though that it had the ring shadow on it still. Okay, definitely no ring and no ring shadow. Alright, why not? There we are. Yes, you can now, actually, already. Let me just check these against the procedural planets a minute. In fact, let's load up the planet's test map. Yeah, so if you this is probably a bad example because it's such a tiny planet. Yeah, you can't see it on this one. Tiny ring rather. Hang on, let's get a chunky. Oh, there we go. Nice chunky ring. But yeah, if you move up close, you can see that there's detail there. It's only a noise texture, but it's got like tile breaking. It's got a tile breaking material function. I'm not quite sure how else to describe it. Basically, it breaks tiling so it doesn't repeat, which means you can get some nice detail in the ring without it having a horrible checkerboard effect. And that will just fade out as the camera goes through. So it's not volumetric yet, but it does kind of fade as the camera goes through it. It the fade's more obvious in game. But yeah, so it does have texture to it. Weird. Things have randomly stopped casting shadows on other things. What on earth? Don't know. I need to debug that. For some reason, things are not casting shadows on things when they previously did. It's always something, isn't there? Yeah. A good example of the rings. So, like, everything was casting shadows on everything, like, literally yesterday. Bet this is just an engine restart. Okay, well, more to the point. Why does Saturn not have a ring? Let's get rid of some of these tabs a minute. I see. So that should still be the right size. Okay, then we're setting that. Is it defaulted to hidden? No. No. Ah. I think I know what's happening here. So we're using an SQLite database now for driving custom systems like the Sol system, which means no, I don't want my source code. I want that on. And I don't think we've got a rings flag on here. No. So yeah, that'll be why. So we need to add that to the table here. So if we add a rings integer and move that down to oh, it does have rings. Why didn't I see that? Oh, because it's over there. Ha. All right, so hang on then. So it does have rings. But then why is it not flagging it as such? So we need to make sure it's definitely flagging that as positive in here. Sorry, CSI, I spotted it. Yeah, adding real orbits is going to be a challenge because things move around the ship. But we'll see what we can do with it. Ultimately, yes, we do want to have celestial motion within the game because we want those moments where you have, moons rising over planets and really cool spacescapes. We do want it to be a pretty screenshot generator after all. It's just about the physics, and if you have a station, say, orbiting a planet and the planet's moving, you need to drag the station along with it. And all the ships that happen to be around that station also need to be dragged with it. So we'll just, we'll see how it goes. There's going to be a lot of moving parts for that. so when we are doing this, right, so we are setting that. Have I spelt that wrong? Did I put rings rather than ring? That would be a nice easy thing if that's what I did wrong. Oh, no, it is spelled correctly. That's a shame. Okay, so we're definitely setting that accordingly. So when we do that, has rings, it's definitely being flagged there. Oh yeah, it did, because as per usual, I forgot to right click and press loop. I always forget to do that. It's alright, don't panic, I fixed it. See what it says. Oh, no, didn't want that, did we? Wrong map. So we've got 4 trues on there, and we know that 4 of these planets have rings. Let's get the proper name. Yes, so Neptune, Uranus, Saturn and Jupiter all have rings, as we would expect them to, so that's good. So it means the data is correct. So we're not destroying the ring. So if we're not destroying it, what's going on here? so we don't need to do that because we're destroying it if they don't have rings anyway. So that's the same with that, to be honest. Kind of redundant. No, the seed doesn't matter for the soul planets because we're using a custom material for them. So it shouldn't bear any problems. Shouldn't, indeed. I changed a bunch of stuff with the rings, so I wouldn't be surprised if something broke. Okay, so if we look at our random function for planets, procedural planets, procedural, right, and what we do when we randomize the planet, we generate random stuffs here. So yeah, so when we generate the material, these are all the flags that we're updating. So none of this is relevant to Saturn, but I just want to make sure that we're setting these values correctly. So ring opacity should always be 1, and I think it's actually hard set to 1 now anyway. Or at least it was. Which one's this? Oh yeah, it's the standard ring then. And then shadow casting version of it. Yeah, so that shouldn't be needed. Because we're basically taking our seed for the ring design, which looks like that. It's picked an awful seed. Yeah, so something like that. And then we take the certain highs and lows to generate our mask for the ring shadows. So we need to make sure that the seeds and things on here are equal on the shadow casting and visible versions of that. So it's 2, that's 7, it's 2, that's 7. Then we just multiply those together, which we're doing there. Skipping the opacity call, which we're doing there. That's just generating the mask based on that value. saturating the output, which we're doing there, and that's just adding the luminance from the star to light the ring up, and that's just applying the colors. So there shouldn't be anything in here. So like, yeah, so that is irrelevant and can go away. So on Saturn's ring here, just need to make sure that these values match the values that we were using for the other one. So that's just the seeds, that's nothing. Not sure what global scale is used for. Don't know, but at the very least we're driving the same seed values, so it should be generating the same ring. Yeah, so 0 to 10, 1 to 50, and so gap seed 16. Yeah, that's fine. So for testing purposes, let us skip that entirely. Actually, no, we don't need to, do we? Because we already sorted that out. So we're already using Saturn's texture anyway. So the only thing I can think of is it's not doing the scale properly. If this doesn't work, I'll pop it in my test map and we'll do it from there. Yeah, all good. Okay, so it's not a scale problem, right? Okay, Saturn, let's sort you out. move it far enough away because it's huge. Okay, so right now it's not doing anything because it's not supposed to. But if we add some stuff in the constructor, so get our rings mesh, it's already using those. So it's already visible, it's not hidden in game. It's already got the right scale set up. So if we change that to solid rings master, which is the master material, does that give us a ring? That one can go away a minute. Yeah, so it's definitely firing it when we move. Okay, so it's not that it's just hidden. I don't think we've got any custom primitive data on there, do we? No. Well, that's interesting because it's showing the shadow caster. That is interesting. Why is it showing that, but not the actual mesh itself? You know what? I reckon this is an engine restart. Oh, by the way, if anyone's interested, we are only 3 plugins short of being 5.6 compatible, which is these 3 at the top. So it's the 6-off movement, which we use for moving the ship around, async node for doing background thread stuff and blueprints, and the YouTube player for the conference room. It's just those 3 left to update, and then 5.6 will be a viable option. I always make a point of just checking to see whether they've been updated, which they have not. What's the other one? Oh, 6-off. No, we've been using this literally since the stage 9 days. It's that old. I mean, 4.13. It's a very, very old plugin. But yeah, those 3 are still yet to update. Yes, 226 will be on 5.6 for sure. Apparently there's quite a bit of optimization on Lumen in 5.6, so I'm interested to see whether it finally breaches our release threshold. Not a great deal, to be honest, because 6-off is really designed for flying things around like planes, and that's not even what we're using it for. So we don't want to fly the ship around like a plane. It needs to fly like a physics object in space. So once we add sublight engines, we probably won't even need 6-off at all. So I can delete it, and that can be 1 plugin less. The ability to click the Holo-Display is on the current test build, yes. See if we can figure out what's going on with this. Don't know what this global scale is. Can't recall seeing that anywhere. But we'll leave it on the default. See, the weird thing about this is there's nothing There's nothing specifically on here. Unless these are the wrong way around now. Right, okay. So I think what's happened is the settings for Saturn's ring is not compatible with the new system. It's not actually using any texture. It's generating it procedurally. And what I did is I found a seed which very closely matches Saturn's actual rings. But I might need to redo that if this is messed up. Right, so on this one, it's caps amounts 1, 16.7, 5.5, which gives us that. And then the inner edge was 2.31. Okay. Okay, so the seed and the thickness is just the colours anyway, so we can ignore those. So these are the pertinent bits here. So I can only assume that the settings that we had before worked with a different version of this. Now, it just so happens that I do actually have, did have, an actual ring texture for Saturn. I wonder if I still do. Oh, I do. yeah, so I've got this, which is Saturn's actual rings. So I might be able to build that into something, which is fine for Saturn, but we still need to do the rings for the other planets as well. So we've got the likes of Jupiter, etc. Okay, so on that note, are they all broken? So if we bring in those, yeah, I think ultimately that's going to give us a more realistic result, and I can overlay the same like detail noise and everything on top. Let's move that miles away a minute. Oops. Of course, it's got the same thing there. So if I set that one to Saturn, and then that's Ring of Shadows Saturn. Okay, and then on oh, this one we should have the same textures. So with nothing in the constructor, it should just use those particular rings. Okay, so that's coming up like that. Hang on, let me find a picture of Uranus's rings a minute. To be honest, that's pretty much what they look like. Quite accurate, in fact. Hang on, open an image. So according to a random Google, that's what the rings should look like, and they're pretty much what we've got, so we can keep that one. Okay, so that one's all right. So what about the other ones? Yeah, so according to James Webb, it should look like that. Again, we're not far off So I'll leave that one as is. So that's Neptune. And then we have Jupiter. Jupiter should have a single tiny ring from what I recall. Oh, it's already on there. That's already on there. You can just about see a really, really faint ring there. Ever so subtle, but that's pretty much what Jupiter's ring looks like. Do we have a picture? There we go. So again, James Webb. It's got a really, really faint ring around it, which is what we've got there. Okay. Alright, so those ones are alright. It is just Saturn. So for now, I will just try and find a seed that works for us. So basically that's what we need. Yeah, they should do, AJ. I can do the same thing. Yeah, the gas giants don't apply their textures until you're within range of them. So just in a test environment like this, they're not being triggered. It's just to optimize because they're loading up 8K textures. So we don't load the texture until you're right next to the planet. Otherwise it's cleared and garbage collected. Right, so I'm just going to move that over there a minute. And then we will tweak the Saturn one. Saturn. So we want that one. So what I'm doing here is basically trying to match the scale of Saturn's ring. So it's about that. And then we have to find a seed which basically matches Saturn as closely as we can, at least. Definitely think that gaps amount needs to be higher. This is basically a giant needle in a haystack, but we need a split ring. So Saturn's got like a brighter bit on the inside and then a darker ring around the outside with quite a harsh gap. So that's what we're looking for. Kind of like that, but the other way around. It's a shame the one I had before is it's no good. I'm going to make a note of this one a minute because that's actually not terrible. So this is just a for now fix. Oh, that was a nice one. Kind of need a button where I can go up in tiny little increments. What was the previous one? That was 16.7. Ooh. Close. Okay, if we can just get the colors different. I think that's the best I'm going to be able to do for now. So I'll copy the same settings over to the other one. Oh, thank you, Firstus. See you, AJ. Yeah, we'll do. Which panel's that on, Firstus? It's on the long-range sensors. Alright, I'll have a look at that. But I'll add that to my... make sure we fix it for the demo list. Because to be fair, they should be working. Right, let's test this out, make sure we've got rings. Yeah, I will make a custom ring texture for Saturn using its actual rings. Saturn. Well, I think having fixed this specifically, yeah, there we go, we've got rings. So they're not the right rings, but they are rings. They look a lot dimmer than they did on the test map. But they'll do for a build. Okay, well I suppose I'll do that now, to be honest. I may as well get that build put out. Does this have... Make sure I've got that AGX stuff loaded. Yeah, okay. Just check the nav mesh because it always likes to disappear on itself. No worries, thank you. Yeah, so I should be heading off myself in a second because it's almost 20 past midnight here in the UK. So make sure that we got nothing weirdly untoward going on around here. Make sure we've got like nav pathing set up. Yes, 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 yes. That's all sorted on there. Make sure we've got that set up into a variable, which we do. So the 3D printers are in here, by the way, in case anyone wants to play with them. I've removed the stuff that that is represented on the 3D printers, and stuff that isn't is still on the floor. So they're there. They are there to be played with. I think everything else looks all right. Still got pathing around here. Ooh, I was going to put a little light above there, wasn't I? So I'll quickly do that. VDUC interior walls. Right, that'll do us, I reckon. I think we're on 106, aren't we now? Yes, 106. So make sure we're on 106 here. Let the package commence. Okay, well, thank you once again, everyone, for watching. And thank you for bearing with me whilst I fiddled with stupid planetary rings. And yeah, so hopefully this will be live in the next hour or so. Make sure that I've captured any issues that might crop up between now and the build going live, and that you can have a play with it. So we need to do some multiplayer testing just to make sure that everything's still working on the Galaxy side. The multiplayer lag should be fixed now on the sensors, but some other issues have probably cropped up as a result, so we will give it a once over. But yes, thank you once again, and I shall see you all maybe on Sunday stream. It might be a Sunday stream from a hotel room, but we shall see. Right, see you soon everyone, take care and bye for now.